Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV! Oh boy! If the last 14 session was actually pretty much anything to take it from, I'm hoping we have a little bit more of a battlefield, but not like have to actually traverse a dungeon for like back to back. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but still. It took me a second. Anyway, let's go over the schedule very quickly because there's some stuff here that I think Light will even say what to. Also, Light's here. October 4th at 6 p.m. Friday, Final Fantasy XIV, Part 100! Woo! I really miss Ked actually pretty much commenting on the Final Fantasy's numbers. October 5th at 5 p.m. Saturday, Pokemon Black and White Soul Link Part 4. Me and Castaway will be continuing on our little quest of actually pretty much going through the Unova region to either actually pretty much for complete stupidity or for complete actually championship. One of those two. October 7th at 4:30, Monday. If Light and Timmirs will be happy to do it, it'll be Phasmophobia. We'll see on that one. No guarantees. October 11th at 6 p.m. Friday, Final Fantasy XIV Part 101. Yeah, there's no streams in the middle. Sorry. That Monday, actually, I have Tuesday off, so that Monday kind of took it. October 12th at 5 p.m. Saturday, Black and White Soul Link Part 5, if it's still going. The word "if" is actually very longly stretched. October 18th at 6 p.m. Friday. Okay, yeah, there's no Monday stream because I'm opening all that week, so we're gonna have to skip 1 week of Fazo. But that'll be part 102 for Final Fantasy, and then October 19th will be the Soul Link for part 6. Also, you have to deal with this. Anyway, if you saw actually pretty much last time, we had done 2 dungeons, another tower, and we are pretty much having come back on the moon. We're on the moon. Yet we still have normal jump height. What's wrong with this picture?
What's wrong with what picture?
This picture right here. I'm jumping at it.
Yes, there's gravity on the moon.
Yes, and there's a breathable atmosphere.
So you see that there's Aether in the air.
Yes, I know because I can paint. See?
Shoot you.
Paint.
I'm literally gonna come over there and shoot you.
We're currently waiting actually on the bun to actually pretty much to hop his way over here. But how about you say to actually some roulettes, Light?
Sure, we'll do a quick one.
Oop. I just clicked on my OBS by accident.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We'll do a Picto. I'm only level A7.
Well, you better be ready for just being picked up, because if anything else, the enemy will come here and just kill you in one hit.
Oh, Jimbo. Wasn't this guy part of a Hildebrand quest line?
Yep.
Okay. Wow!
No, you set the lines!
Yoo-hoo! Oh, I don't have my... I don't have my white hues. Oh boy. Ow. Damn it. I didn't make it in time. Too bad Pinto can't actually heal. Too late. Gilgamesh, you're being too much of a jackass today.
Oh, that was painful.
That was painful. Who designed it? Who do we have to kill?
I mean, I only died twice, and then I was permanently out of mana because you, the other healer, the other Pictomancer, and a samurai kept dying.
Who brought this Pictomancer in here?
You did.
Oh. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a bard.
Ready for another?
Yeah, I can do another.
The only reason why we're waiting because we're about to get into a hairy situation.
I wish there was a boo thing I can do, but there isn't. So you're gonna have to suggest for this. Please tell me you have the soundboard up.
No, I haven't muted.
Damn it!
Hopefully I'm not lagging as bad as I thought. I think I am.
Alexander! Haven't seen you for a long ass time. Oh god, I don't
You're right. This is Alexander, but this isn't Alexander. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, bun.
Hello.
Oh, I'm good. Oh, Silver, don't worry. I'm eating dinner while I'm healing.
Hello.
Hello.
No, I said hello.
Oh.
Close.
Goodbye, Silver.
Bye.
Querying presents. Not one game.
Hey, we're back.
Good, I need some help. We can't slap my dolls.
Silver tanking.
No, I'm playing Picto.
Oh dear God, Silver's picked up.
You know I'm Pictomancer. There we go.
Alright, now on to my steak.
Steak? You had steak and I had to have stuffed nachos?
Uh-huh.
I don't care. Eh. Or actually something for brand new. I kind of liked them.
I mean, yeah, New York strip is very, very good.
From New York. I get it.
Timmirs.
Yep, we waited for you because, yeah.
Even
Yeah.
though things were very gravely when we missed you. Also, Tamir, will you, the taxi service also take an IOU?
Why?
In case I can't pay you off fully.
I'm sorry, when the tab comes due, the tab comes due.
Well, no, if I can pay you in small management bursts. The first one will be actually to
You're
pay
gonna
off.
have to discuss that with Kinda.
But Kenda's never around when I need her. Help.
She might be able to give you a loan.
Let me know about this. You're using a Google Sheets, right?
Possibly.
Just yes or no, come on. I'm not gonna ask at you how much.
I have to speak to my lawyer. Lawyer?
Do not answer these questions.
My lawyer has advised me not to.
Has your lawyer advised it now since I'm Gunbreaker?
I could take him in a 1v1. Well, of course you're not getting hurt, Silver. You don't have tank stance on.
Oh yeah, I forgot about tank stance. There you go.
Now try.
Where is the nearest enemy? Oh. Let's see if I can remember this correctly.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
First slap. Oh, wait, no, he actually took a hit.
Something tells me I'm...
Wait. Too close.
He's getting more support from Carbuncle. Carbuncle's really caring. Nah, Carbuncle doesn't care anymore. I'm sorry, Silver. Carbuncle said you die.
Help, help, help.
Light
help,
run!
help,
Light
help.
run!
I mean, I can just do this.
Also, hello, Mr. Bot.
So what did you learn, Silver?
That I can't freaking tank.
Also, don't fight stuff that's like 20 levels higher.
I
than you.
forgot I was level 60 on here, to be actually frank. Fine.
Silver, that's even worse.
Hey, I'm 5 levels actually higher than actually was for a Gunbreaker.
Yeah, but you're also like 7,000 less HP than Gunbreaker.
Not including our.
Totally, I forgot I actually pronounced about the level cap for about a good solid 5 seconds.
Alright, Silver, it's your turn to speak.
In the Shadow's wake. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surroundings is in order. How do you guys feel about Sizzlers? I have more than ill tidings to share. Tidings to share. You see, I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communications with Hydaelyn have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them.
Was that for the last Valentine's event?
Where is your friends?
Oh, shoot. Come on. Let's go, B.
Come on.
Oh, I hope actually they both like actually pretty much endless salad bars. I purchased one for everyone.
You purchased multiple endless salad bars for everyone.
Yes.
Wouldn't one endless salad bar be enough for everybody?
That's not how this works. I asked
That
multiple
that that is
times.
that is how.
Well, then I just got cheapskated. Don't worry, I use a phony credit card anyway. Probably should have told you that, but still.
IRS, open up!
Oh, God. Frick, they found me.
You thought you could hide your way on the moon, did you?
Well, you haven't
Oh.
found me for a good solid 300 to 400 years, so I thought I would be in the clear.
The worst thing is that the IRS hasn't even been around for that long. Alright, Istola.
I think that was me?
No.
Oh.
Thank goodness you're unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the Tempest before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonated explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Miss Krell hath also been delivered unto their care, serving as a conduit for Heidelin's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphino and Alice, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what matter of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Highland bade you seek out? He is unlike the shades of Amaran.
Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hydaelyn together with this place. It has been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark. Or rather, it was my duty until your enemy actually released him. Thanks, I'm out of a job.
Well, it's not that the enemy released him, it's more the fact we killed him.
There was a lot of stabbing.
So technically, I can blame you a lot.
Then Zodiark is no more?
Nod.
As I said, a lot of stabbing.
And now without consequences. I'm afraid for now, the delicate wave of the star, preserved by his presence, will be to unravel. If you are mean to avert the final days, as shall you need of. Ugh! Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiark's release have but exhausted my strengths. I knew I should have actually that taco bar as well. If you might allow me to actually rest for a short while, and maybe use the restroom, I shall show you what I can. I think I'm giving Light a headache.
Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? Maybe peruse them while we wait.
By all means, if you would review them chronologically, might suggest that you...
Chronologic.
Yeah, sometimes my grammar actually kind of sneaks in and actually pretty much meh words. I know how to say them correctly, it's just I don't pronounce it correctly. That's not me just actually pretty much bashing on Timir. That was just actually pretty much me actually explaining I do have a grammar issue.
Yep, it's all fine. We good for me to
dare
take
you.
it next time? I shall leave that to you, Benui, while I see what can be gleaned from the crystals on the lower levels. I feel like a plushie compared to him. I mean, I'm not even up to his knee.
I mean, technically you're a plushie to everyone here, Light.
Silver, that doesn't mean I still can't kick your butt right now. I'm only half your size. Get back here!
Nope.
Do I need to get Kenda here? Tell him you're insulting. Tell her that you're insulting freaking Lalafels again.
She knew I always did that. Oh, hi.
See ya.
Oh, I thought that's where we need to go.
No. You need to continue and jump off.
He literally did it!
I didn't have to do that, did I?
I'm gonna go use the bathroom while he comes back up.
You think I could do that in Phasmophobia?
Wait for him. By the way, you're good for actually for Monday on Fazo at 4:30 PST, right, Timir?
That is always going to be up to...
Random chance.
Sorry, that is... Huh?
I was gonna try to say to random chance of actually between your schooling.
It's always going to be up to where my... You're literally... That is going to be literally right after I get home.
Okay. I mean... You don't have to come straight away. Take your time.
Alright, we're all here now?
Yep.
Okay.
Gaze into the crystal. Ancient knowledge of Zodiac flows through your mind. Daily summary. No anomalies detected. Daily summary 2. No anomalies detected. Daily summary 3. No anomalies detected. Yes, that's an abnormal. These appear to be records of a long, lonely vigil on the moon, dating back to the beginning of Zodiac's imprisonment. SCP-157 was seen here last week. Oh dear.
What? Don't fall. I'm just waiting for someone to push his luck.
Oh, like this?
As you gaze into the crystal, knowledge of past calamity flows through your mind. Records describe how, with each rejoining, Zodiac's thirst for freedom grew, as did the strain on maintaining Zodiac's imprisonment appears to tax tidily. The IRS would not. gaze into the crystal. Knowledge of past rejoinings flow through your mind. The record describes the Watcher's efforts to prepare in the event Zodiac broke free. The records go on to describe maintenance carried out regularly with the operates, though it is unclear who or what they are.
Oh, that's weird. Day number 374. I went to the Sizzlers, but they were closed.
As you gaze into the zone, the record of an unexpected visit flows through your mind. The records note the Watcher's musings with Elizabeth is spotted on the moon, though clearly not for the first time.
I'm assuming this is mine.
Oh. Yeah.
It is clear, and his brethren has kept interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remained hidden from mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realized he would never dare bring harm to Zodiac, so long as he remained imprisoned.
Did you learn anything of import? So it is as we expected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbral calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created altogether with this place, although he only meant this facility, truly, Heidelin's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined.
I mean,
Thank you for affording me the short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was a single world, Aetheris. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting the profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magic ran rampant, and giving shape from foreign thoughts of hopelessness and despair. We called them Monokuma. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
Nope. They were not. However, the convention stuck upon a method to predict where the next corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all creation in the form of various currents. The currents which actually course through land and sea. Which are those as you throw through the very air. And with those celestial natures which have encompassed both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I actually expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their invaluable knowledge helped us better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of earth and air, the celestial currents are vast in network, but the ethereal distribution is not. The convention soon realized that in the incidents occurred in the regions which were falling was weakest. The correlation without clear cause, ultimately nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnation of ether was observed nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted. Excuse me.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed. It was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but the aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preserve of the natural order was dependent on his very existence, until we could identify and address the undying cause of the final days. He will remain something. Hydaelyn recognized this as well, as so rather actually than destroy, under Zodiac herself actually the star. I cannot speak fast enough. Then what she told me in the Ethereal Sea was false. As to two once actually dwelled as one such until Zodiac grew hungry for power, upsetting the balance, twists them. It was kind of a lie, rather actually a gross ambitionment. But knowing actually what you know now is surely you would realize why she actually offered the official and mislead. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of the perfection, limited to by their own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Ethereal's population. Thus, it was necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still, the effort needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With that power, she dared spared, and she cried out to anyone who might listen, offered her blessing to who those needed her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of the Ethereal's or history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators, and she wished that she took the future and no longer in the prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
I gotta try to pronounce that one. Agreeing to the source, and its collections will share the same fate. It is ready. Who wants actually pretty much who wants a garden salad? This way, who be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Hydaelyn knew and other that her power was not absolute. Needed she struggled to hold the Zodiac and the faithful at bay. She feared the worst, so made preparations in the event of his demise. It will be a contingency. This moon is more than a prison. It's a festival capable of bearing the people of Aetherius to safe harbor. If you need to actually go far in the plot, it's in fact that you should be happy to take them unto them. I fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the dark. Guys, I think my garden salad was a little runny.
Hey, look, we ranked up on my level up.
And what do I get?
We got a bigger chest.
Would that be more helpful?
We now have 4 compartments.
Let's see here.
I think Benui officially has outleveled the DR.
Oh my god! This is the best brush ever! It's a freaking transformer brush! Yo, the palette looks sick. Looks like actually pretty much almost like a wave fan or something. Alright, everyone ready?
I don't think Silver's actually realized what the
What? Why does your book have a disc on it?
It's a compass.
Oh. Look, that's cool that it does it for a lot of different classes. I'm just saying though.
All of them.
Does it for all of them, Silver.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's for different classes. I'm just saying, actually, pretty much, it's a freaking transformer. I love it.
All right, let's go.
Helping hands. It's not just a moving Pokemon. The time has come for you to be on your way. Now, did everyone pay the bills separately? The crater at the heart, Merlatomia.
Maryland Lamentoria.
Where Zodiac was imprisoned, it was not so easily traversed. However, let us call upon Argos, a familiar who you met earlier. He should have actually no trouble bearing you across. As Hyland created me as the jailer. It is too she created Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear where needed. And yet, he is actually nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap actually the imbalance of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand and attempt to call him here. You'll need to recall the path that you walked with Argos before you find your way.
he labors in service to Heidelin's plan, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing band, then? I'm in.
I'm in. Hey, I just have a question for the taxi. What is with the bots lately?
It's getting near holiday. We gotta try to make a quick buck somehow.
I know. These are wasters. But, Timir, I have a quick question for the taxi. We're in outer space, correct?
No, we're on the moon.
Yeah, which is part of outer space, dummy.
I mean, if that's the case, then the whole planet we've been on is in outer space, so we've been in outer space.
Yes. So here's the question. Even though actually pretty much my breath question never got answered, or the gravity question, how do we still have air in these balloons to make the carriage fly?
Because this isn't the real moon!
What do you mean this is the real moon?
It means this isn't Earth's.
Yes, I know this is out the Earth. Wait a minute, how many moons are there?
And the answer is we're whalers on the moon.
Oh my god.
We carry our moons. Right? No. Well, so we tell tall tales.
And sing this silly tune.
You can see the disappointment in my VTuber's face.
What's more disappointment is that they explained the entire thing and it didn't pick up in your head.
So wait a minute, how many moons are there in Erosia? How many?
Well, one. There used to be two.
You know what?
Yeah, there's only one.
You know what? I think the best thing to do is actually from the from a clip from the Batman of actually pretty much Bruce Wayne saying it raises too many questions.
No, remember when we first started this journey, the ARR intro sequence?
Not really.
Yeah, that was the moon getting dropped on us.
Oh god.
Yeah, it turns out that's when Link failed to complete the quest for him.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Alright. The place we seek is just ahead of the Klero Hasargot?
Chlorophosgrat.
Okay. You see, Argos cannot.
Orcish.
You see, Argos cannot manifest without a sufficient. I cannot talk to
Concentrations.
concentrations. Thank you, of ambient ether. You need to be hard pressed to find greater confidence.
Confluence.
Confluence. Thank you. Then inside this cavern. Follow me.
Please ignore the Reapers. They just want to eat your face.
Now you better run. Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar spongehoy. Draw ether from the ground, which then disperses in the air. At present, however, The ambient energies is not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might be willing to actually spare some of your own to actually help the sponge oil wrong. Go!
Congrats. You summoned your
Argos manifested in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. The most fascinating creature of Highlands. Would you not agree? Should the need arise, he is even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you, it is not a reflection, which is a companion to you earlier. Accompanied you earlier in the brand. No, Argos was quite eager to be at your side then. Now as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall the last time. He showed such as an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it is actually more than a sense of duty that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions,
everyone gets an Argos.
Unexpected, but greatly appreciated. I believe we are all ready.
and let's return outside as you may cross the chasm.
Okay, everyone got their Argos with them?
Yes. I think you made a friend there, Timmir. 2 friends.
Should I commit murder?
If you wanna. Nope.
Game's still not allowing me to attack.
Everyone ready?
Somebody missing?
Oh, yes, Carbuncle. Now the crew's here. I hate the fact they're the same way Argos is.
Wait, you're telling me that isn't your Argos?
Your destination is the structure that is across Cradle of Darkness. But climb onto Argo's back, and he will take you and take care of the rest of the way. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to arouse them so they from their slumber in the events of Zodiark's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together You may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but now I should be on the watching and praying for your success.
Our allies' assurance notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did all go at once. I propose 2 of us cross first while the 5 of us cross first while
4.
Thank and 4, yes, 4. No, 5. You're forgetting the carbuncle.
I thought that was what you were writing over.
Then why do we have 6 Sargoses?
I think it's Argos High.
Anyways, other matter. We'll cross while we wait for Thancred and Orianjay waits here. Ride Argos across the chasm, yes. Onward.
Whee!
A malefic area permeates from the crater. Remnants of Zodiac, most like.
Yeah, I should have stabbed him harder.
Timmirs, you can't stab anything that's actually harder than that. Okay? We all killed him.
I can try!
Just a little further.
$39,740 experience. Home.
This structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising given the size of the average Amarantian.
Apologies for the wait.
Right then, let us head inside and... Oh? Most intriguing. A means by which he conserveth energy, mayhaps?
Well, I certainly will want him to actually blink out existence on our account. Helpful as he's been. Stay here where it's safe, alright?
If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. I can't believe he would run.
Yeah.
Really? RP walking?
Yep.
What else are we? Oh, you can leave your shoes by the door if you want.
Trust me, no one wants to actually hinder that smell. Alright, time to paint this place up.
You do that, you die.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Oh god, they fuse a Lalafell with a Viera. I should dub them Lollylaws.
I will stab you.
You know, I'll throw him into the chasm. Nobody would be any wiser.
He fell during the battle with Zodiark. Literally.
Come
Kind
on.
of goofy. Just backflipped off.
I don't even have a backflip.
Look lively, everyone!
You know those parts where Goofy falls off the thing and goes,
I know. This 1,243rd inspection
Yeah, that's
is
what
a
happened to
mite
you.
ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift.
Also, I would
There is
not
much
make fun
to
of
do
this
before
race,
our guests
so
arrive.
this is the Twitter mascots we're talking
I
about.
expect your workstation to be immaculate. And don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Wait, are they rabbit or mice?
I'll let you figure that one out, Silver.
Crew she hath chosen. Their
Just
endearing
be
forms
careful
intended
what
to
your
ease
answer
the
might-
passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
And the community wants plushies.
Hang on.
A hairy situation.
The rabbit! So I wasn't wrong. They're
Look over at Silver.
The rabbits and their Lollifells. I am gonna call them Lollylaws. I should run for my life right now because of Timir.
I'm gonna tell Kendall what you call them.
Are you surprised at this? Are you surprised I call? Oh, okay. Let's all face it. Yeah, I know why actually pretty much people call Lollifells potatoes. Are you glad I'm not calling them actually potato laws?
Trying to figure out where the laws is coming from.
Okay, fine, potato errors, but I really doubt actually that rolls off the tongue a lot more better.
Potato errors?
The era.
You know what? Thank her to speak.
There must be the Loperites?
Operettes.
Loporits mentioned the Watcher's records. Wait, did the catches say actually pretty much Lollylaws? Not that I was expected, but the Watcher did actually bid us heed their counsel. I assume that the one who actually gave a rousing speech was their leader. Though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let's be about it. Oh, and someone's keeping a leash on Silver.
You wanna know something really messed up?
What?
They're called Loppers. Not a single one is lop-eared.
Oh my god, you're right.
Alright, see you later.
But what the hell? I've never tried to smudge off a damn ledge before. I just teleport.
Yeah. Kinda did it all the time when she flipped.
Yeah, I always saw her just go down. That's it.
The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris. And that's a promise.
Go get it.
Also, I need to do the quest line here on my main.
Leader? No. Be my... Better ask.
Well, that was helpful.
Well, welcome to Benui's,
I gotta let you fix things.
This is Benui saying hi to all their different personalities in one space.
I said, welcome home.
We're in the mind of Benui.
Did I know this was a cutscene? Did someone want everybody speaking to the rabbit?
None of us are there yet. You rush off ahead.
Yeah, sorry, that's when we have smudge.
Casters have no mobility, they said.
Why don't we give the most overpowered one all the mobility?
Snappy lubber.
What? On the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told?
I'm sorry, I have to. Take me to your leader.
What's that supposed to... You're humming? If one can even call it that. It's atrociously off-key. It should sound more like this.
Is it Thancred?
As leader of the Loporits, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. But being the magnanimous sort that I am, I'll forgive you this once.
Are you on Thancred?
Yep.
Okay. For me, I chose take me to your leader. So, the snappy elaborate goes, what? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? What was I told? Take me to your leader. Leader? Ah, yes. Look no further. I am the one you seek. I don't regret nothing. Well. Looks like it be us here.
Your friends, I take it? Is that all of them? A group comprised entirely of children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery, after all. Well, perhaps we should build one. Or did we already build one for... no matter. You needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could head along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing orb ball at the center, if you should find yourself lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there.
Well then, back to the upper floor, is it? Also, Timir, do you hate these people?
Why do you say that?
Because they're wearing hats.
They're called turbans.
Yes, which is still a hat. It tells me I'm getting charged quadruple.
I'm frustrated.
Why are you frustrated?
Their names are all wrong. It should be junk mogging way and mendering way.
Take a deep breath, Timir. Take a deep breath.
But no, they had to localize it. What if people don't recognize this is a junkmonger and a mender?
Wait, there's the junkmonger?
Stealing my culture away from me.
There's a junkmonger and a mender in here?
I was literally staring.
Silver, you're not heading back down there.
I'm not. I'm level freaking 87. I'm strong as you, Light. I'm almost halfway to actually to a next level up, even.
Hey, wobbling way. Flopping way. I feel like I missed something. It's on the other side. Mapping way.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing guiding the people of Aetheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Nothingway's the name. Map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Aetheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Where is that?
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Aetheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun.
Ew.
The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Aetheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you.
So that was hit towards you.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missile.
Edelin.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
No, that's only light.
Well, Amarotims were a great deal taller. In the present day,
I
persons
take
of such
my book and
prodigious
just
size
slam
are
it against
exceedingly
Silver's
rare.
shin.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
Scholar Chop.
Ow. Oh, man. Shin hurts like hell.
Found it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
Oh, I was born in a log cabin actually in 1942. I think I'm getting like a headache. Oh wow, it was actually more worse. Holy crap, I need to actually get to a mender.
Well, living way.
Taste of the moon!
Right then. Now that you're here, we need to teach us all about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur. So it is imperative imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease you, it must be addressed post-haste. Addressed it we shall. Here at Best Waysboro, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriads of amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living. I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see about filling your bellies. Yep.
She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of a Theris riding to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Lothrids and this vessel. Well, see you later, Silver.
You're saying?
Let's go! Is the way down or up? Oh, I know it's up. It's always up.
Right.
Where are we going?
Does the bun even know?
Yes.
Does the bun know the way of their people?
Yes. Ask me again, and I will.
Are we there yet? Hope the Kelsey Timmirs is gonna kill me later.
You discovered a new location.
Welcome to the Caratorium.
Welcome. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production, Cookie Way. Pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, and after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy, balanced diet from the reference materials we've received. I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've been considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here. And you'll find a storage of unit full of bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Banquet drugs.
So I barely make it off one.
You what?
If you don't time the jump right, you're not getting up.
Oh, hey, Blasting Way, how have you been? This doesn't require debate. We have work to do, and so quit dragging your feet and get to it.
You open the storage unit and find rainbow-colored assorted of carrot. The ominous crimson carrot.
The peculiar blue-looking blue carrot.
Oh,
Well, you wanted that one?
yeah.
Or you can have that one. I'll take the yellow one.
Well,
Well, it has no particular smell to speak of. The yellow variant is unusually light and springy. These qualities, together with its excessively length and girth, would leave anyone to question whether it is indeed a carrot.
The soft texture and the rodent aroma of the crimson creation. Belly, it's staggeringly weighted. It exceeds the length and the girth of only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as the nature of this carrot.
the blue variety is strangely supple to the touch and smells vaguely of mint. Its excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of the so-called carrot. Are you certain you wish to eat this carrot?
On second thought, you would like to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it is safe to eat first. Well,
So, did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Obscenely large carrot. Even Vieira are like to swoon at the sight of so grand a carrot, that or be offended by all those who assumed that they would.
Are you?
Are you assuming?
Yes. Something tells me I'm gonna get a hit in the knee.
am I wrong?
No response. Topaz, eat silver. Ah, yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please, dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think.
Eat that carrot!
It's great trepidation. You take a bite out of the carrot. You're taken by surprise when blue juices burst forth from the carrot and dribble down your chin. As you take your second bite, you can feel your mental faculties sharpening. Your mind opens to the universe, and for a brief moment, the mystery of existence are simple, transformative truths. But the revelation is fleeting. When you at last finish the carrot, the sweet yet sour aftertaste lingers on your tongue, and the number 42 in your mind.
Silver.
Alright? With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is utterly tender. As you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins to actually wheeling within you. A rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it's simply indigestion.
Oh. You snap off a piece of the carrot, enjoying its crunchy texture. Righteous confidence surges within you, a certainty that you are the center of the universe, that all creation is a story and you are the star, beloved and perfect and special, a god worthy of worship or prayer, or at very least the second roll should the dice treat you poorly. I have the lucky carrot buff. Time to speak.
Understood it. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. So, what did you think? Like anything you've ever tasted, yes? The philosopher's carrot improves mental fortitude. Something of a shock at first bite, but it's well worth the enhanced powers of cognition. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion.
But only carrots.
The lucky carrot is, well, to be honest, we're not quite sure how it was first made. A happy accident, you might say. But as the name suggests, after eating one, you feel blessed with good fortune. It's the Bob Ross carrot now.
But what if you don't like carrots?
I can definitely see a need of this in Charlian. Charlian? What in blazes is that?
And it pops to your Stola then, yeah?
Yep.
I take it you too had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else?
Hey, you want me to read my line? Because I did choose a different one. It's a quick.
Sure.
It's a quickie.
Yep.
You don't like carrots? Oh, you mean you don't like them served in fashion? Worry not. We parade the versions on hand if you haven't had the time to chew. Something tells me I anger the bunnies.
Don't worry, you do that every day.
Alright, I'm back at Yashola.
If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on the theories? Surely you are aware that we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate.
Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for the encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss to where to begin. And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to production of a single perfect food. The carrot.
That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you ever considered cooking them?
You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency. What's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot flesh from production?
Fresh. You said.
I know what I said.
Okay.
I know what I said.
It
So we're
rather.
on the chopping block.
Why am I not on the chopping block?
You know, you make some very delicious carrot flesh.
Well, it's time to pay myself out of this quarter. Secret, do you have anything to say? Are there strange approach? Do you just say flesh carrot? To take actually one and then cooking way, isn't it?
Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, not otherwise impenetrable variance the Watcher speaks. After we received the Great Tome of Words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Averts, runes, present continuous verb conjugations. Just the basics. Then we found the term related to our given tasks and used them to form new words. Aren't they helpful?
No, not really. It doesn't explain a great deal.
That crit's going to the chopping block.
Oh, great.
Cool. It's punishment time!
Oh, God.
What forbids thy time deems such a change necessary?
You can't stop laughing.
I can't keep a straight face.
When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyways. Like this, or...
I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though, if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Atheres as well, you will be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu.
Purple carrot juice.
I have a real big question.
Ah,
Why
Yes?
is living away the only one that's brown?
and now lights on the chopping block.
No,
I was the only one they could afford to give a gift for model to.
No, you see, it was a genuine question.
Plus, I work underground a lot.
But you all work underground.
Yeah?
Your point.
Anyways, do you want pants? I hear you humans like pants. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way.
Can we take... Actually, what time is it? Can we take like a 5-minute?
Yeah, sure.
Or, just keep going. I'm just gonna go use the bathroom.
Don't worry. I'm only going to try to kill Silver once or twice.
Why may everyone's, how can I say this nicely? Why am everyone's actually pretty much, hitting block? Punching bag, if you will.
I don't know. That seems to be something you set up yourself.
I didn't set up nothing! So
You want everyone to stop?
No. If you're all having fun, you're all having fun. I'm not gonna stop your fun.
The question is, are you having fun?
I'm always having fun, Timir. You know this. Literally, Timir, I have low self-esteem. It doesn't really matter to me. You can literally call me actually every single name in the book, and pretty much actually I will still be fine. My mentality is already actually turned to actually to goop. I don't want to watch Ben 10. I don't know why. Because I said goop. He's one of my favorite aliens from Alien Force.
Okay, we're here. I'm here. I'm back.
Timir said very awful things.
Here we are, the Apparel Production Station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task. Creation magics. Hydaelyn in her infinite wisdom blessed us with this self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course. I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized aether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra viz we needed.
My, how resourceful.
Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habits of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume? This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it, when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the worker and they will see to the rest.
Oh, that way.
Server went the completely wrong way.
No,
This is why I have to call upon the freaking taxi.
I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm not. Also, I just noticed actually Timir's tagline.
What do you mean?
Moonwalker.
It's you, one of the visitors from Aetheris. Goodness me, Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right. You are here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion on you today?
A fashionable and refined assembly.
I have no idea which one Light picked.
I'm gonna let you both take a guess.
The bloodlust one.
Embodies your what? This will only take a moment.
Fashionable, right.
Oh, yes.
I look like
There
a
we are.
freaking white mage.
I'll finish. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I would be lying if I said I understood what bloodlust is, but I assume it's something you enjoy. I made certain the clothes are flexible yet sturdy enough to endure whatever it is you plan to do while wearing them. Would you look at that? Speechless. And here I thought you may not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You'll change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map before the garment changes their area of effect. Speak with the restless Loperet to restore or prolong the garment change.
Ah, I see we all have the same dress.
So why do I look like a white mage? Oh crap!
Which Final Fantasy theme song is this a remix of?
I couldn't tell you.
Ow.
Which one was the one that Loperet appeared in first? Ah! No one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course. It would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind?
Surprise me!
Anything with a little more flair? I think I can handle that. Let's see. Doopy doopy doo. Ah, this should do. Some of my best work yet. Times and tastes truly have changed. It used to be so rare for anyone to request clothing with a focus on form over function. Thankfully, I had a spare concept for robes made using a different fabric. I think it looks rather fetching. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof. But it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Livingway? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you already all know all this. Look, you can return to her if you need to.
Huh.
It doesn't matter what we picked.
No.
It was all rigged from the start.
From where you're sitting, it must look like you had 14 carats of bad luck.
That seems right by him.
My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, by no quality work when I see it. Shh, you needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and wee leopards in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same having sampled our creations.
Oh god.
Okay.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we return. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. I gotta say, he's wearing the neon green over the freaking mad green.
That.
I think it's past time we return these clothes.
Actually, you know what? We're just Power Rangers.
Ah, yes. The green, pink, and red Power Rangers is copied by the Leopard Power Ranger.
I was so confident our garments would meet you with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but
Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. So we resort to evacuating the people of Ferris. They will most certainly have need of your attire. It is clear you spare no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. There are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preference.
I fear we underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our babbles and fribbery. Thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own.
There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length. Even when actually they know they shouldn't. As one is such a formal fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well?
Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelin's love for Aetheris, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone, has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and fail saving them all.
I suppose you're right.
Living way, might we have leave to explore Bestway Burrows unattended? You have given us much to think about.
Why, certainly.
Until later then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer.
Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. You're actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Hmm. My apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Aetheris. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them all? It's clear we've made a mess of things. But wait, you still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Did somebody call a taxi?
Taxi!
Supporter, who will you target?
It's showtime.
Ow.
Hey, look, it actually hit Silver.
Silver lost the lottery. Up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. Up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. Hey, Watching Way. Hopping over Hopping Way. Ignore the Aetheryte we just passed. Oh. You're here. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry. What should I call you? Banui. Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Banui, we'll be using the teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready. There's just something about that name. It sounds
That just hops to me.
pretty. It sounds so cool. Like I can relate to it.
It has a hopping ring to it.
Well, maybe to ringing way.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Etheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
I have a cookie.
Steal.
Aww.
Mahaha.
Grabs another cookie. Haha.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it, though. You really would have liked it. Oh, I know. Here's a pair of pants. I hear you people like pants. We can now teleport from the lower and upper floors of Burrowway Pit. All's veil that ends veil. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd find our long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. It felt like everyone had an opinion on this and that. But the one thing we all agreed on was that the people of Itherish wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. We've already had a look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me! Oh, what am I doing?
By the way, too.
So, how are you enjoying your time?
Why isn't this a playable race?
Money.
Can I just look at
They wouldn't make any sense lore-wise.
oh,
That too.
whatever.
Wait, what do you mean they're not a playable race?
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Okay. I know Vieira is actually a playable race because you're a Vieira.
Who are you calling Vieira?
You're a Vieira. And you know how I can prove it? Can you wear a hat?
Right?
I choose not to get involved.
What if I murder him?
Yeah, I'll just bring him back for you to murder again.
Good, you're here. The store is... Through this door is Greatest Endvale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils. The most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Theris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way!
Okay. How about this? If we make if we actually pretty much beg Square Enix to make actually into a race, probably the next expansion they will. Something tells me you guys are not even listening to me.
So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? Everyone has gone silent.
I wasn't supposed. Sorry, I didn't read my option. I made my. I chose the middle one, so.
Tis as transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. You truly think so? Truly? Hearing you say that means more to me than you know. Personally, I say this place is the pride of the burrow. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone the forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening. But after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline structures in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find on a forest on Nithera. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch, a spa relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with the stretch yourself. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Nithera. Could we, maybe? You will? Be still, my quivering whiskers. You know how this works by now.
Nah, go ahead and explain it.
He's following you.
Yeah, and?
We've done this like 20 times now.
20 times of what? I think the Benui is in paradise. We do not have the Benui. Oh.
Oh, that's a question.
Ask if you could taste the rainbow crystal. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals in Nithera, but we don't eat them. Certainly not this one. They're possessed of all 6 elements. Wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, Captain Planet. Use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Heidelin's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Nithera. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. Nothing like a relaxing stroll to forget one's worries, eh? Well, let's head back to the objective that you'll most certainly... Vanek!
What?
Hi. I was thinking, Banui, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little more about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some aspects it is. But it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyways, let's keep going. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless support systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until 100 of years later. And then there was the brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when the bizarre red satellite was sent up from Atheris. The Elegance mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actors was colluding with Zodiark. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Heidelin informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. What do you mean? What do you mean 1,000 people died that day? What do you mean, what do I mean? What do you mean that was a whole calamity? Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees? I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spears. I'm trying to look for them. Ah, there they are. That one doesn't have one, but that one does. Along with the devices fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a similar role to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation of it. We're pretty sure we're like 99.999999999% to it, but we would like to be 99.99999999999% to it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvatures. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. Right? Fine. Fine.
I thought I had silver. Oh well. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Sorry, dude. I was just doing some range help and you just like, no. He has to learn on his own. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion systems and habitat... Why can I not speak? Because I don't have water. The propulsion systems and facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago. With that, the most important features were fit for purpose, which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Etheirys. Why not go and visit Etheirys yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology and knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. And there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Etheirys we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Although now that I think about it, wasn't there that one? It doesn't matter. I think Silver's getting bored.
No.
Hold on.
I just want to see something.
And thus a cutscene.
I can find actually the damn. There he is.
With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and the means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Innsvale. I knew it. And there you again, and thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me.
Ah, there you are.
I take it you already received the grand tour? A shame we missed it.
Growing Way, I've been looking for all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? Can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away for long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now, come along, Growing Way.
Did Living Way just say there's an imposter among us?
Boo!
I think it's traitoring Way.
Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import?
Well, this is a forest.
They spent 12,000 years preparing for this. And with that appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness. But still.
It remains to be seen if people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings.
Who are these collaborators are? Unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities, or means to actually forcefully evacuate people, they will actually meet with a great deal of resistance.
Indeed. Even if faced with annihilation, the decisions to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs for mine attention.
Sorry. Of course. We can accompany you if you come with you if you like.
Nay, that will not be necessary. If you will excuse me.
I think Orionche's the imposter.
Bum 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 bum.
Orionche is not the imposter.
Alright, we're voting. Emergency vote, we're voting out Silver. Get your butt over here. That's over. It's clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparations for the evacuation of Timmirs is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence.
Back to old tricks.
Did Orionche seem strange to you? More than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own corn cell.
For keeping his counsel.
Thank you. I don't know why
His own counsel.
I don't know why I'm slipping on words tonight. Keeping his own counsel, but I'll be lying if I was said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's all right? Yashola and I will remain here and see what we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps that you can catch up with him.
Taxi. Taxi. Welcome to Lepra Taxi Service.
So what's different from the normal taxi then?
We're about 20% more Lepra.
Ah.
You don't approve?
No, it's just interesting. That's all.
Oh, no, I don't think he approves. What should we do?
Hit him on the head.
Moping Way, please help us!
Moping Way just gives the saddest mope ever.
This way's burrow.
The philosopher carrot.
Mm-hmm. I am going the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was upstairs. I am skipping stuff. And we'll be charging you double for it.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
He said he'll be actually halving the cost on this one.
You're doubling this one. You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Remember, it's on my tab.
See, I call the lawyer. It's me. Hello? Yeah. Your client made a...
Yonjay appears to be heading towards the entrance to Best Ways Burrow.
What?
Perhaps you should follow him.
What's wrong with you?
What?
What? Why are you your own lawyer?
No,
Why
you
not?
see? I'm calling the Bun's lawyer, which is me, to make a complaint.
That's I didn't call my lawyer. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, hello?
Wait, you're my lawyer too?
Yep.
Well, I want to.
He is the resident warlock.
Well, you know what? Never mind. I'll just order a pizza. Beep, 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 beep.
Hey, welcome to Tony's. What can I get you?
Yeah, can I get actually pretty much a double large pepperoni pizza, extra sausage?
Anything else?
Yeah, throw some crazy sticks in there too.
Okay, that'll be 24 to 86.
Thank you. What a nice guy. Kind of sounds like Light though. Weird.
Hey, you never gave him your address.
They should have it on file. I call it there on a daily basis.
They keep a file?
Actually, you never asked for a delivery.
Well, that's gonna be actually awkward. Hang on. Let me go drive.
Wait. Did I ask for DiGiorno's?
No, fortunately, DiGiorno's is way too expensive for me.
I have a slingshot with Totino's.
Why are we on this conversation?
We don't know. You brought it up. So, anybody see him?
Not
Oh,
yet.
hold on, I may have found him.
Oh, yep. I see him too.
I knew it. He was wearing stiletto heels this entire time. Oyanje ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must recover carefully, else he might sense your presence.
Okay, everyone. You have to be spies.
No.
Follow Orianje from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete your objective, you know the deal.
No one's here but us rocks!
Who's there? Stop running, Arianja. You're delaying the inevitable.
We will we'll make you pay your taxes.
Jeez, he runs slowly.
What do you think? It's not exactly like... It's not entirely the most fit of people.
It's because of the stiletto heels, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 100% the stiletto heels. I like they were not allowed to see to him until he has multiple
Thine
places he
arrival
can
is
run to.
timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle. haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there's no right answer.
I am not alone in my discomfort, then? It is surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
And thus, the true villains of the story have revealed themselves.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of my own, a plan which may pave the way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. Which is the reason I set out alone. That failure come would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and hoping heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity. And so I ask, would thou join in mine endeavor?
Here are some shoes.
Oh my god.
What?
I have black shoes with actually a lace of light blue, and my pants have a little bit of purple on them. I am slowly gaining color. Yeah. Where are you going to the next one?
No, about the color. Do you not see me?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, you're meshed in hand. Oh! Huh. Yeah! Hey, what about Timmir?
What about me?
You have a little bit of color. Well,
So
yeah.
what does this dye? It dyes the entire outfit, okay. Ariane, setting things straight.
Oh, hang on.
I already clicked accept.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple planning. We should not be long way from Bestway Burrows. The decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Theris. To make clear our resolve to the Lockrates, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most single ingredient. I look like I belong snowboarding.
Yeah, same here.
Silver, your outfit does not scream snowboarder.
What did it scream then?
I'm looking at you right now.
Yes! What did it scream?
What the Japanese believed that the British Victorian style was. With just a tinge of ninja in there.
Oriandre. An abundance of spongoi. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiarc's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught me by the Numo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requires considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch while I perform this incantation?
Oh, my controller turned off. Surveying the area, you see no signs of potential threats. This will be actually a good opportunity to see how Ariane is faring.
How are you faring, Ariane?
Oriente remains fixated on his work.
Okay, how many of these moon spirits do we have to stab? Knew I should have brought that gun.
Tis done. Magic ink. Every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the Numo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure my own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting production is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of my own choosing, which I pray the Lockrates will appreciate. I believe this is a Lockrate.
Banui, Ariane. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten, or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Yushtola has been looking all over for you, Banui. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Banui alone. Which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Oriange. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loporrits. And we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand.
Oh, I suppose I shall be going then.
That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient.
What's convenient? They told me actually your shoulder's looking for us. We might as well be going.
Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelin's chosen? Or worse, doing anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now, off with you.
Worry not, Benui. I shan't be long.
Suspicious.
It's a bit suspicious stew, if I may say.
Beep, beep. Oh no. Silver's in danger. Whatever shall I do?
Oh, here. I can actually make that even more worse. Damn it. There we go. Here. Why?
Why?
Yes.
You know exactly why. Look, you're the one that class changed.
Yeah, I know.
Be happy I did not just sit there and let it continue. Oh dear God! Don't mind me. This is mine. Loporrit said I can have this. Oh, shoot. Where's the connecting bridge?
See, this is why I want us to stop and ask for directions. Ow! Oh! Ow! Timir, was that on purpose?
What was on purpose?
The fall.
You can speak to Argus, but
That's it. I'm calling my lawyer. Beep 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 beep.
Yes, hello?
I thought I got a new lawyer.
No, you didn't, Silver.
Hangs up. Let's see here. Internet browser. Different lawyers to call. Ah. Beep 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 beep.
Why did you just hit redial?
Oh, that's weird. He didn't answer.
Oh, Benui. We thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Weights, has apparently much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation.
Is there any way he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to actually just slow him down?
What's the rush? I was thinking we could wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice? No? Well, if it's really that important, you can try these balls of mouse flesh. Not to be confused with the other thing. Running Wade's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him.
Croon. But it proves effective. He was here in the greatest Ensville when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him.
Alright, gang, let's split up and search for clues. Me and Light will head this way. Silver, you and Scooby can go look the other way.
Copy. Come on, Scooby.
You and Scooby can be monster bait.
Nice for a Running Way. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target Running Way and throw the moose balls at him.
Ha! Gotcha! Benui?
I literally just hit him.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's not... If this was meant to be a joke, not funny. Yes, I'm Running Way. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of mouse flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the Great Voyage. Oh shoot. Where's my... It's true that Heidelin did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Lapper around here. Less probably. I don't know why anyone would think it funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help. But if there's nothing else, I have work to do. And I'm off.
I smell a rotten carrot in this bunch. And
Get over here.
And for once, I do not actually pretty much point the finger at Vess.
Why would you have to point the figure at me at all?
Because you're a rabbit. I said a bad carrot. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I was making a pun.
You know what?
Are you both still arguing?
No.
For the rest of my days. For the rest of my days. Really? Where are you going? Get back there.
Oh.
Alright. Really late.
I could find neither hide nor hair of them. How did you fare?
Well, he apparently knew nothing about the final days.
So he knows no more than the others.
Sorry.
Care to explain yourself, Growingway?
Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of.
On a unrelated note, what of Uriange? I assume you spoke with him earlier. But did he say that he'll be returning?
A suspiciously large package came to the Watcher's Den earlier.
He's on his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's certain relapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe it's our time we better spent actually leading Uriange a hand.
What? Now, hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days.
Here's some gloves.
Here's some gloves. Hey, we'll provide you a hat next. How does that sound? Next is Heart of the Matter. I'd have to double check. Light might know better than me. Oh, what to do? I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza. The eastern wing. Follow me!
I suspect the Loports are up to something, but if there's ought to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along. For now, at least.
All aboard! So what's with all this airline food?
What's an airline food?
Oh, you poor sweet summer child.
Thank you.
You Pollyanna, you. Did you know that it's actually pretty unhealthy to feed your pet rabbits to carrots?
Actually, yes.
The carrot contains a high amount of sugar that is not healthy at all for growing rabbits. Ugh. English. For growing rabbits. Man, words just fled me. Oh, hey, look, it's Growing Way. Growing rabbits nutrition, that's what I was trying to say. Jeez. Growing Way, please save me.
Save you? How about a carrot?
The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key.
Growing away, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Do you yourself not tell us we must act quickly?
Yes we did, but the moon was to be perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris. And we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here.
Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can actually put the plan at risk. Everyone except Oriange.
He understands what is at stake, what must be done.
I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to their doom. If there was a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans.
But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. the people of Atheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all the happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone.
Look at the little books and their magic staffs. If we dally, they overwhelm us in sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and look for clues for a way out.
How about the exit right over there?
Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside.
I, as your mayor, suggest that we split up and pretty much look for a way out because these rabbits are actually being very mean to us.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Done.
Wait, did you just rescue on me?
Yes.
It's because after you
And I dodged it.
Because you're not in combat.
What? Think I'm just gonna start harming my brothers and sisters? Mine. Oh, wait. I got the stealthy vehicle, right.
Yes, very stealthy. The Loppets will never see a giant pink rhinoceros that's rolling towards them.
They'll never see it coming. Thank you for holding the door for us, Mr. Goom.
Good.
Okay, I don't think they noticed me.
Good. You're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Oriange.
How was your boiled egg?
That was pretty good. I think I should have ate it before I ate the cookie, though.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
So,
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience
use their plan
proceed
to stop
with
us
this
from
plan.
teleporting.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured
All right,
that
we have
if
this flower.
calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
That flower, how came into your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions, intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In time, we will call it Olympus, if you would do to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charleyan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
So I was relieved to see Living Way was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive my absence. But I have the utmost faith in you, in our fellow scions. When I next return to Atheris, I pray I find you all in good health and in good spirits.
Alright, next quest, Yostola. I joke. Do you want to end it there?
Hold on. Because I'm not crazy enough to have all the scenario up to see where we are. So the next quest we have, returning home. Okay. We do returning home and then we end it off there.
Okay.
So last quest.
LQ.
It might be worth talking to Living Way.
Returning home.
Let's see about Living Way first. Well, that was actually a rather embarrassing, wasn't it? We're at least actually on the same page now. People and ethereals. We'll actually save both. At least actually give it a good try. I didn't know bunnies can be that tall. Well, it's not as I was waiting for the 12,000 years to actually meet at people of the ethereals. Or wait, have we? But it's neither actually nor there. Under Urianti's tutelage, we'll try to become a more hospitable host, and see that the moon is fully equipped to meet the needs as potential passengers.
And slowly increasing the price.
Come on!
With the Loports in Urianji's capable hands, we need to worry about the affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared.
Oh, yeah, nobody tell.
Really? Hang on. There we go.
The others will be here eventually.
I don't know how you guys can survive
Like this
that.
or this?
Just tell me when everybody's stuck in the thing, Fred.
Yep.
God, I can scarcely believe what we went on the moon and back. We'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver thoroughly. Thank you. I don't know why I'm slipped on that word. A detailed report to Lucia. I like very much actually to know actually how everyone's getting on here as well. They'll only began to actually treat the tempered prisoners when we left.
I share your curiosity, but warning allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where, or in matter of the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared.
Agreed. Though we might wish to stress the importance of the discretion. At least the public to see not to panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to tell us as much as it needs to bear repeating. Anyway, first things first. To Camp Broken Glass. Hi.
Hello.
Ugh.
Well then, Finn. Let's see how it is.
I bamboozled everybody.
That's it. We have to charge silver even more. Yeah, what am I doing?
What?
You can fly! He can fly! He can fly! He can fly!
I'm resisting that sightseeing spot as best as I can.
Oh, this place actually has wonderful memories for us.
Or there's where the bombs fell. Oh, over there is where we nearly died as one soldier.
Oh, over there is actually where we crawled in.
Oh, if you look over there, that's where those two women died.
And this is where we actually stopped our body to actually pretty much from actually killing our friends. Isn't it always actually a fun time remembering stuff?
Oh, this is where a bunch of Garleans tried to kill us all.
Again!
Hello, Lucia. So, here's the thing.
It's good to see you again. See you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope.
We've done actually what we can for now. And believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might tell us what became Galamod in our absence?
Galamod.
We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here. So we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today.
In the light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Galamod?
Galamoth, we're not playing Castlevania.
Shut up.
Given the tremendous ramifications of what just happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. Ooh. I got disconnected.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I just got hit with a 9,000... with a 90...
Oh, living ways struck again.
Crap, I was on the chopping block.
Wait, I know who caused this. The Dossing Way!
Did everybody else disconnect, or was it just
No.
me?
It's just you. Do you want me to continue with Lucia?
I'm coming back. Oh no, I'm my character's still in game.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's what happens when it disconnects. It goes, oops, we have to wait to... Okay, you should be able to log on now.
Now I gotta wait for the queue. I'm apparently okay. It wasn't just me because I have a queue of like 600.
Oh god.
No, I was just kidding about the Dossing Way. You make me have to call upon Hacking Way. Or Twittering Way. Or was it Tweeting Way?
No, it was the Sylvester way.
Oh great! Now I gotta catch up. What was her next words?
We have other news to share.
We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For our mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you have experienced in Thavnir, those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions and the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porxia affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of temper has been completed.
I think I was Max.
I'm pretty sure that was me.
Okay.
Or was that Kenda? Oh well. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. Oh, I'm here too, by the way.
I believe that accounts for recent events here, so what of the moon and the Talaferoi?
Well, we met rabbits on the moon. Oh, and I killed the Dark God. And they have some delicious carrots up there.
The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We will also release your fellow Saiyans from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding means to avert the coming apocalypse.
Speaking of your fellow Saiyans, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Creel, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Beldesian Annex and given into Tataru's care.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return.
She has, for some reason, assured us that she will not sell Creel.
Let's be on the way then.
One last thing, if I may. After the confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood, he has returned here to Garlemald? I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wished to ask you if you... But first wished to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so.
If they found him, they would likely live to tell a tale.
Aye. You are the only foe he considers worthy. And even if my men found him, who but you could ever hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertain the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared a Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. So small victories.
Fan Daniel is no more, and now his people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company.
Better that than an army to see sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage to Charlian.
Alright, we gotta return back to the Baltesian Annex.
Right.
Oh, wait. This one we kind of want to do just teleport.
Well, I mean... No. That is one downside to Kendra not being here.
What?
She can't be the one that accepts all the costs to teleporting around.
Yeah.
I don't think Toucher is happy with us. Also, if you need a mender, Silver.
Oh yeah, I'll do that after stream.
Welcome back, Banui. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I've caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate. I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered. My body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of aether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh. For it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Kizat. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Well, I killed the god.
How do you feel about life ending?
Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before we give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Waiting. Sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy.
Will Orion JP join us?
Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. Though Bernoulli can explain why better than I. Just don't let Silver do it.
Well, for you see, long ago, 12 hours later. And that is how I became Queen of the Rabbits.
The final days? Wait, what is this about being Queen of the Rabbits? That makes no... No, what? No, I don't even want to, actually, pretty much. As as before, Amaranth. Ugh.
And we are to escape via the moon? What if the source and its reflections?
Who has Dragon Spear Man?
Who wants to be Justinian?
3, 2, 1.
I have no intentions of standing by while worlds fall to ruin. So, how do we stop this?
Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solutions would be to alter the flow of it throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us in the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for days, a feat which even the Amaratines cannot accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum.
There's still much we don't know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may cause it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarantians. Amarantians. Creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps that we could actually draw a parallel with the events of the past, but thereby some semblance of a plan. Semblance of a plan.
Perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Loprids in secret all this time, there's surely more than they can tell us. Forgive the interruptions, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the pauses outside, some sort of announcement.
What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. Nod.
Walking forward.
Stabbing blades out. This might be voiced. It seems like it's voiced.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether.
for we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Keep it civil, eh?
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
I don't know what actually his father was. His father said actually when he see the sage's jewels on his back.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
Well, that was a, that was something. You okay there, Light?
Oh.
Oh?
What was the O about?
None.
None?
Ran right past me.
Proud tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement.
Momentous.
Momentous announcement. So there's a great excess, is there? A reminder of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization that running the mixture of relief and regret. Why me? I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use of flitting over the cosmic immortality, or lack of thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows? Maybe with my luck, it will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits.
And here's hats.
Hats!
Professor who has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? It will be different for every single person.
I mean, why not?
Ah, I hope I didn't wake you. I pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night. About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Eulus and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded. Once more, I put you in harm's way, and for that I must apologize. Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight. Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me. The hour grows late, and you doubtless tire of my ramblings. I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
So, who did everyone choose?
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and took
I'ma
the
leave you
bloody
guessing.
thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Look, I'm part of the army.
Okay.
Well, talk through.
Nope.
I know. Are we done for tonight?
This is probably going to be the best stopping point we have for a while.
Okay.
And it's already like 1:40 for me and Light, so.
Yeah. Alright. Well, Light, where's the wisdom? Go.
You're still muted.
I'm still muted.
You want to plug yourself in?
No.
Okay. Timmir, where's the wisdom?
Well, I hope you enjoyed visiting my hometown. It'll be a bit before we get to go back there. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, by the way, did you notice that they were actually, class trainers, for lack of a better word, in the background of both of those cutscenes and Alamigo and Ishgard?
Anyway.
I just thought that was kind of neat to
I know.
Characters that we recognize and can point at and go, oh, I know that person. Especially one you should recognize since, Red Mage instructor.
Oh no, I saw him pass by. So.
The other big one that I noticed at least was the Dark Knight.
I literally, when I saw him pass by, I'm like, isn't that the Red Mage guy? Actually, pretty much who's tutoring me? Back and all the way in Illushire?
Given that there is technically 4 red mages in canon. Probably.
Anyway, tomorrow we'll be actually the Black and White Soul Link Part 4. Me and Castaway will be actually going from Driftvale City to who knows where. Hopefully to gain more encounters, because we're probably gonna be getting a team actually dying every 5 seconds. So stay around for that. And remember to stay unique. And have a good one.
You guys don't know that there's like 2 more confirmed red mages in the Final Fantasy lore.
Oh god, Lord.
Because you haven't done Boja yet.
Yeah, I need to get about the red mage.
I wasn't counting them yet.
Anyway, see ya.